Hello and welcome back to the 49th Prix de Lausanne Video Edition 2021 at the Lausanne Palace Hotel. This is day 4, the last day of the ballet class videos, and we have seen an amazing quantity and quality of exceptional talent these past 3 days. Tomorrow is the Prix de Lausanne selections, where you will see the candidates' classical and contemporary variations. The finalists will be announced tomorrow evening, and the finals will be on Saturday. Now let's go see the jury and watch this morning's 10 candidates. Thank you for being with us, and I hope you are enjoying your live streaming as much as I am. I am passing the microphone over to Cinthia and Jason.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning, viewers. Good morning, Cinthia.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good. No, very excited, very looking forward as we're going to discover now the final 19 candidates in this year's 49th Prix de Lausanne. And we will start with the world map so we can see where they're all from.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Samuel Maurice. Je me sens très privilégié de faire partie de la 49e édition du Prix de Lausanne cette année.
Hi, bonjour and assalamu alaikum. My name is Luka Abdenour. I'm 17 years old. I'm half French, half Egyptian, and I'm studying ballet at the Tennis Academy Zurich in Switzerland.
Hello, I'm Said Ramos Ponce, I'm 17 and I'm from Barcelona. I'm very happy to participate this year in the Prix de Lausanne. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
My name is Pablo Bueno and I'm from Barcelona, Spain. And I can't wait to be part of this experience that I'm sure will bring my professional career forwards. Thank you very much.
I'm Ashley Capel. I'm from Canada and I'm currently training at the Orlando Ballet. I'm so thrilled for this opportunity to perform on the Prix stage and be coached by such amazing people.
And our first candidate this morning is the 224, Samuel Maurice, 70 years, 9 months, from Canada, Ellison Ballet School.
And we are watching here Samael Maurice, our first candidate of the day and day number 4. We're seeing him here as all of the candidates in an approximately 10-minute long presentation of their classwork. And we're seeing a young man here who's got a very strong presence and a lot of energy, power.
And he's doing his grand battement at the bar with a lot of precision.
No, very dynamic. Watching here with Samael Maurice, he has a very clear batterie, very deliberate, and he really beats using his whole legs.
Yeah, he's very energetic. He has a lot of energy, powerful.
And I'm sure at this point, also for the jury, it's very interesting, as we had been mentioning, to see different styles, different methods of training.
We were watching Samael Maurice from Canada, a young dancer with a lot of power, very energetic dancer, and he was doing a very nice big jumps with a big balloon, very nice.
Yes.
Jumps, very high jumps.
Yes, no, and if my memory serves me well, there was also a young man from the Ellison Ballet last year, or maybe it was 2 years ago, also very powerful, strong. No, it seems here also Samael has very strong power, very clear work with his batterie.
And very confident.
Yes. No, nice young man.
Nice young man.
Good. And next up, our next candidate is Su Yan Yi. She is 17 years and 10 months old. She is from South Korea, and she's a student at the Seoul Arts High School. Et bonjour pour notre public francophone. Ici, c'est la 4e journée et on regarde ici une candidate sud-coréenne, Soo-Yeon Yi. Et aujourd'hui, c'est le dernier jour où on va voir tous les candidats qui présentent leur cours de classique.
Y para nuestro público de habla hispana de español, estamos en el Prix de Lausanne, 49 Prix de Lausanne. Bienvenidos a todos. En este momento estamos mirando a una candidata de South Korea, Soo-Yeon Yi, de 17 años, y hoy es el último día de las elecciones en la clase de ballet clásico.
Oh, and I think we can see also here, as we've seen during the course of the week, another very well-trained young dancer from South Korea. And I'm getting more and more curious to see them in their variations tomorrow.
Yes, and this year we have 16 candidates from South Korea.
Yes. No, and I think it was also very interesting. I hope the viewers enjoyed as well yesterday to see the 5 finalists for the Young Creators Award with their original solos created on their classmates from the partner schools.
Very interesting. Soo-Yeon Yi from South Korea, a young lady with a lot of qualities. She has very nice arms, very long arms, and very nice épaulement and port de bras. Very nice connected with the body, with her body, and with the legs work.
Yes. No, another very nice young dancer here from South Korea. And I think, Cinthia, in your teachings, if I was to ask your students, what does Cinthia always insist upon? What would be your focus in your teaching?
I think let's talk about the connection in between the arms and the legs and the head, to go far, to work really together, to help with the up body to do technical things, and the musicality. Mm-hmm. Because I think the musicality is very important, that helped for the technique.
Exactly. Couldn't agree more. See again, we have another candidate this year with a very nice, easy, natural turn. I think it's incredible, you know, when you've got such a high level that everybody can turn.
Yes.
That's when you really, the candidates really have to show their personality and why they are special and different.
Absolutely. I think this, now the technique goes high and high and high level every year. So this is very good, but in another hand, it could be a problem because we have to show something else.
Yeah. No, and we also can see here in her petit allegro, she also has a nice natural jump.
With a lot of fluidity. just saw Suyan Ji from South Korea, a young, nice, beautiful dancer with a strong technique, very strong technique, and great pour de bras, great work on épaulement and pour de bras, very fluid.
Yes, no, and as we can see here in the little replay that we have, this class was one of the more choreographed classes, I would say, that we've seen so far. But it gave her a chance to really present some more interpretive qualities. But I think it's good that we should also encourage students to express freedom and have the chance to interpret on a daily basis.
Absolutely, absolutely. And she's doing very difficult technical things because she shows the fouetté à l'italienne, and we could see it was nice because her standing leg was always in the same place, and we know it's not easy.
Yeah, and those are elements that we will be seeing tomorrow because she's dancing Gamzati.
Yes, absolutely. And the next is the 226 Luca Abdelnour from Egypt, Zurich Dance Academy.
And we are watching here Luca Abdelnour, a student of the Zurich Dance Academy. And he's a very elegant young man. Strong back, very well. He presents himself very well, very clear.
And he shows really nice lines, beautiful feet.
Yes, very turned out, nice lines.
And very nice work.
Yes, you feel like he's really working with his whole body. He's using his back, he's lifted, he's well placed.
His neck, his arms, beautiful.
watching Luca Abdelnour, and what we're seeing here, which I really like, is we're seeing a young man who remains masculine, but he's able to use flexibility to his advantage. Beautiful lines, beautiful control, and it's not weak. There's a strength and a power.
And he has a great dynamic. He used the dynamic in a really good way.
Yep, no, and I think nowadays we're seeing more and more the women need to become more and more powerful and athletic, and the men more aware of their lines and the finesse.
With a clean work, even in the bar. Watching Luca Abdelnour from the Zurich Academy of Dance. And we have a young dancer with a lot of qualities. And I like the rhythm on the class. He shows the first exercise period with a mazurka. And I find this very interesting because it's very musical and very dynamic.
Yes, and it gives a different flavor, as we'd seen also in the port de bras where he had his hand on his hip. It adds a little bit more of a flavor.
Yeah.
And we've been discovering a very talented young man, Luca Abdelnour from Egypt, a student here in Switzerland at the Zurich Dance Academy. And he also has very clear batterie, very precise work with his legs, nice elevation.
Yes, beautiful. The low part of the legs, they are really in the good, right place, very clean, cross, very nice.
Yeah, and I like how he uses his flexibility and mobility in a powerful way. He uses it to help him gain more elevation.
Yes, and the jumps are really powerful.
Yeah, and sometimes when you are so flexible, it's hard to control and to get off the floor, but he shows us that it can be done.
Yeah, of course.
I'm very curious to see him also in contemporary. He'll be dancing a solo for Diego from Richard Wehrlock, which we will see tomorrow. And for our next candidate, we're staying here in Switzerland. A student from the Ballettschule Theater Basel, Eun-Zhao Kim from South Korea. She is 17 years and 10 months old.
Faut pas se presser.
watching here, candidate number 227, Eun-Sao Kim from South Korea. And what I like immediately here in her bar work is you feel her whole body is breathing. There's a freedom in the movement. And here, as we've just seen in this développé, there's a beautiful impulse and dynamic. And she's really presenting it. She's not hitting
Throwing, yes.
or throwing.
Yes. She places the leg in the right place. She's not throwing her legs or just lifting her legs without quality. She has really nice qualities. And right before we saw a little dégagés, little jetés with a lot of change of rhythm. And she was doing this very nice, very dynamic, in a very dynamic way. Very nice.
She's very placed. You feel that her whole body is working, and it's a strength through coordination. Also, we're seeing in her adagio, she has a very nice coordination, and the class is enabling her to show how coordinated she is.
And we talked yesterday about the importance of connecting the steps, how connecting the steps, and I think we can see here very well that when the steps are good connected in the right way, clean and dynamic, the steps look light and easy.
Yes, like even here in the preparation before her pirouettes, there was no stop in her plie. She really used resistance and controlled how she got the push from the plie, and then she just sailed around and finished in arabesque. Very nice.
Enzo Kim, a beautiful dancer from South Korea, and she shows now her point work, beautiful point work, beautiful combinations, a very strong technique, and really she shows no effort. She's confident, and yes, great work, well done. And I think we will have the chance to discover now her little allegro, very nice allegro with a very fast, with a very fast feet work and dynamics and change of directions, and she does this very well. And now let's go to Jason.
Great, and I'm here. I have the pleasure to introduce Ethan Rustem.
Hi, Jason.
Welcome to the Prix.
Thank you very much.
And I believe this is your first time being involved in the Prix.
It is, and it's a beautiful space to be at. It's so wonderful to see these young, fantastic talents. Very inspiring.
And how is it going for you? Is it as you had expected or different, or?
I think they're doing a wonderful job with the video edition. I'm so happy the young dancers have the opportunity still to be seen by the world. It's as I expected, and inspiring and fun, and yeah, everything's wonderful.
Okay. And now, Rusty, just to ask you, had you ever done any competitions yourself as a young dancer?
I did, yeah. I was very much a Cecchetti student, and 20 years ago this year, I participated in the first international Cecchetti competition in Australia.
Wow, and as a competitor, were you nervous? Were you excited? How was it for you?
I was so excited. I was really excited. I think when you're that age, there's something beautiful about naivety is bliss, you know? I just wanted to dance, and it was exciting, and to be with the other competitors, and wonderful opportunity.
Oh, well, good, because I know some people get very nervous, but other ones really enjoy it. So great, so good. And then now, Rusty, you had a very successful career dancing mostly in Germany, and you're now based here in Zurich, and you are also the resident choreographer of the Northwest Dance Project in Portland, Oregon. So you're very busy choreographing, traveling all over the world. And we have a few video clips here to show for our viewers.
Okay, wonderful.
And we're going to start. This is you in a rehearsal process with Netherlands Dance Theatre. Let's have a look.
And teaches us to let go. But the memories remain. The memories remain. Another test on the circus of uncertainty we call life. There, and then gone, and then gone, and then gone. Real life. Was he ever there?
Oh, beautiful work. We can see your handwriting right away.
Oh, super.
And this is also a work created for an original score by a composer who's a former dancer, Davidson Iaconello.
Yes, correct. A wonderful Canadian guy, and it was inspiring to work with a composer who understands movement as well. Yeah.
And do you often work with an original composition, or usually?
From time to time, it's a lot more work, and it's a lot more rewarding at the end. So it depends on time and, of course, budgets. But it's always a joy, especially with Davidson.
And where do you find your inspiration for your work? Is it a collaborative process with the dancers, or do you come with a clear idea, or?
It starts very much, I plant the seed. I always spend the first couple of days giving workshops. It's very important that the dancers understand my physicality, my approach to movement. And then from that point, sometimes tasks will be offered, and then it's a collaborative process. But I'm quite physical in the studio. I still like to get down there, and even with the young ones, I still go for it.
Oh, great. And now, if I was to say a characteristic of your work that often sticks out to me is the incredible, intricate use of partnering.
I love, as a dancer, I mean, I enjoy doing solos, but I loved this play between persons, and I am very fascinated by partnering. I love to partner.
Nice. And we have, for our viewers here, we have a second video clip here, and this is a work you created for Hubbard Street Dance in Chicago.
Layer readme /PID block quote /layer movable table Liniendicke Framehead Trennlinie /Headline Font Anfang Ende.
Wow, another beautiful example, and I find it's amazing in your work there's a mix of their dancers are so grounded and connected amongst themselves and to the floor, but yet they look like they have a liquid spine.
Yeah, and much of, I mean, the dancers you've seen in both clips, I mean, they have an incredibly strong classical education, all of them. And it's wonderful to be able to fall back on that foundation, but yet, you know, be free enough to break away from that at the same time.
And now also talking about a classical bass, a recent creation from you for the company in Bern is you've attacked the legendary Swan Lake.
Yeah.
How was that for you to attack really, you know?
Oh, fabulous. I love to challenge myself also to approach stories, and Swan Lake, I mean, is the ultimate beautiful ballet. And I was very curious about the characters of Odette and Odile and how they're always played by the same person. And I was curious to sort of open their minds and look into the psychology and sort of transfer it into the sense as if we would be a single person playing Odette Odile and the push and pull of our own internal struggles. And yeah, so very much this black and white and good versus bad and power games.
Oh, cool. Well, we can have a look. We've got a short clip as well. Wow, great. I mean, to really attack Swan Lake, to have your own point of view, it's quite a challenge, but I'm very curious to see the complete work.
I'll send it to you.
Okay. And are there other full-length classical story ballets that have caught your imagination? Might we be seeing a version of something else soon?
There's a Carmen which exists, which was created in Portland, Oregon, and a few on the cards.
Okay, very curious, very curious. And now with the Northwest Dance Project, you've got a long-standing relationship. So how does it feel for you as a choreographer to have the chance to work with dancers over many years, or?
It's wonderful. I like the challenge of also meeting dancers for the first time and the spontaneity and the surprise that comes out. But there's something very beautiful about having a family. We've worked together for 10 years, so you know one another so well. And there's a trust that has been established. And yeah, it's a very special space to be in together.
No, it's great. And now also here at the Prix de Lausanne, the key word is really looking for potential. So as a jury member this year, what particular qualities for you define potential?
Potential comes in many forms, and I'm curious to see that little spark. You can see there's something there which is perhaps not quite fulfilled yet, but that's very exciting, and it's a beautiful part of the Prix to try and tap into all of these different areas of one's potential at such an interesting, exciting time of their lives.
Oh, very good, very good. Well, thank you very much. I will let you return to join your fellow members here on the jury, and I will pass the word back to Cinthia, and we will discover our next candidate.
Thanks,
Thank
Jason.
you.
Thank you, Jason. Great interview. And our next candidate, 228, from Spain, Said Ramos Ponce, Centro de Danza de Cataluña.
discovering here candidate 228, Said Ramos Ponce from Barcelona. Also a very elegant, well-trained young man. Also nice extensions, nice flexibility. Nice work here.
Estamos viendo a Said Ramos Ponce de España, de Barcelona, de Cataluña, y un joven bailarín muy elegante, con unas líneas muy trabajadas, un trabajo de pies muy preciso. Y sabemos que de España hay muchos talentosos, conocidos bailarines. Así que los dejo seguir descubriendo a Said Ramos Ponce.
We're seeing here from Said Ramos Ponce, very nice natural turns. And what I really like, there were some very interesting combinations with changes of directions in the tendu. And I like you feel he's artistic.
Yes, because the natural turns, but it's natural in everything that he does. He does very natural, very free.
Yeah, there's a nice mix of well-trained technique, but he still remains his freedom, especially on top. How he's using the coordination with his eyes and his head. And that was Said Ramos Ponce from Barcelona. Very talented young man. And I liked even in all of the in-between steps, he didn't look like he had been told how to look. He kept a very natural, a very sensitive artistic feeling.
Yes, and his face was, sometimes he was smile, and I think this is very important because it makes parts of the artistic, it's part of the artistic part in the dance, and it's very important how you present yourself, in your face, in your eyes.
Yeah, no, you feel here, we can see we're having a little look back on his adagio. I feel that he's a very sensitive young dancer, how he interprets through his whole body.
And you see also the legato in the arms, that the arms never stop, then the arms goes far.
No, very, very nice work, talented young man. And he will be dancing the Grand Pas Classique from Aubert and also Rain from Kin San Chan.
I'm looking forward to seeing him.
Exactly. Yes. And our next candidate, we will be staying in Barcelona. A student of the Institut del Teatro in Barcelona is Pablo Bueno, number 229. He is 17 years and 11 months old.
Y estamos mirando al candidato Pablo Bueno, de España, 17 años, de Barcelona. Y podemos apreciar un trabajo de musicalidad y de dinámica muy interesante, con cambios de pierna, cambios de dinámica. También tiene una fluidez en los brazos y en el torso muy gratificante de mirar.
Yes, no, as we're seeing here, a very musical class, very elegant young man. And I really like how he's actually, you really feel how the energy is flowing through his whole body. He doesn't feel at all stiff or rigid, but yet he's very well placed. And there's a very nice interpretive quality. very clear in the structure of this class and how he's dancing is exactly the quality of his plie.
Yes, because his demi-pliés never stop. They go and they come back like an elastic. And this is very good, and that helps a lot for the jumps, for the coming down and coming up.
Exactly. Now you see in his training here, there's nothing that is abrupt or hard, but it's still strong and powerful. There's a very intrinsic dynamic.
Yeah, and it plays with the dynamic, with the fast, slow, coming out fast and in a slow, or the opposite. And this is very interesting and very good to prepare the center.
And I think it was very interesting what we just saw. He did a pirouette en dehors, but also, which is not done so often, from an open position. As he was turning, he raised his arms all the way up.
And we saw also a period taken from a fourth position, effacé, that it was very interesting, because when you're not usually to do it, you could very fast lose the spot.
Yep.
And he was doing this very good. And also I like, because during the period he turns very nice, and during the period you can feel the body still goes up and up and up and up and never end until the end of the period.
Yeah. And you see also in the small jumps, this is a very tricky combination if you're not naturally beautifully coordinated, and he is, so it looks easy.
And we just saw Pablo Bueno, 229, from Spain, a very talented young dancer with a lot of beautiful qualities, natural coordination, very nice demi-plie, how he used this demi-plie to come up on the jumps. Also the taking of the period with that demi-plie, very soft. Yeah.
No, I like you have a really sense that this is a very artistic young man.
And we have the chance to see him here in the big jumps.
Now, it's nice because when in all of his jumps in the Petite, Moyenne, and Grand Allegro, on all of his landings, he keeps his back active and he never throws anything away, his arms or his center. His very beautiful control and how he takes the floor on his landings.
And the class also, it's a very nice class because we saw there a lot of different dynamics, a lot of different change of directions, many different steps, very original steps, combinations. Yes. Very nice. Next up, 230, Jing He from China, Shanghai Dance School.
As you can see here, our jury is observing the candidates on a huge screen here in the Palace Hotel in Lausanne. And this is candidate number 230, Ying He from the Shanghai Dance School in China. And we're seeing here, you feel already a beautiful presence. Her face is very open.
Beautiful presence and also beautiful body with a very nice back, head, neck movement. Very soft and very light.
Yes, very high insteps, very sway-backed legs. Lausanne, we're watching Ying He from the Shanghai Dance School. And as we see here, she has a beautiful, easy, natural, slow turn. And I think on one hand, for many dancers with such sway back legs and high insteps, it can be often hard to find your acts, especially on point. But here she seems to have a very natural.
Yes, and she's also very, very, very natural in her movements. We have the feeling that she really takes the music, the music is in the body, and she can move with very, very nice movements in the whole body. The coordination is great.
She has a nice flow, and she's chosen the Grand Pas Classique variation.
Very difficult variation.
Very difficult, so I'm very curious to see that.
Yes, exciting. We just saw the candidate number 230, Jin He from China, from the Shanghai Dance School. A beautiful, beautiful dancer with a natural flow, natural qualities, nice feet. And we have here the chance to review her tendus, and we can see how she's clean and precise in her movement. And the pirouette, nice pirouette with a nice breathe in the end of the pirouette to connect the steps. Beautiful combinations also. Now a very nice young dancer from China. And now let's go to Jason.
Thank you very much, Cinthia. And I have the privilege to be here with the president of the Prix de Lausanne, Stefan Lagonico.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Stefan. So we are here for a very special video edition this year of the Prix de Lausanne. And maybe you would like to say a few words about how this decision was made and how we are proceeding this year.
Yes, so this year is very special because of the sanitary conditions. We wanted to have a Prix de Lausanne, but we knew from the outset that it was going to be a complicated attempt to still allow the dancers to perform, have a jury in presence, and yet be able for the Prix to carry on its mission and to continue. I think so far the experience has proven to be very fruitful and very positive. Unfortunately, we cannot have the dancers here, so they are missing out on two very important aspects of what the Prix is for them normally, namely the networking and also the chance to live an experience and to receive teachings from our world-famous coaches who, of course, help them to enhance their skills. But despite these two downsides, the Prix this year so far is a success. We're very happy for the candidates. It really warms our hearts to see that we can still reach our hand out and help those young dancers who have a lot of talent to be able to bridge the gap between where they are now and a future big step they will take when they will be hopefully awarded scholarships or apprenticeships to carry forward their career.
Yes, no, I mean, I can't agree more. And as we've seen this week during the live streaming here, we've actually broken all the records for the number of viewers.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of feedback of people saying they're so happy that the Prix is continuing because so many people are at home on lockdown, but this has really enabled them to keep their hope and motivation going. So I think from all of the viewers who've been sending in comments, I will pass them directly to the president. So, thank you and the Prix de Lausanne for keeping this going.
Well, thank you. We're very happy about that. And one of the conditions that we always tell our candidates is you should have the capacity to launch yourself. Go, forget your fears and start out. And in fact, every now and then we like to apply those same requirements to ourselves. It was a very high wall to jump above when we decided to go fully digital this year, but we're very happy we did it. We didn't really know if it was going to work, but hopefully the results are here. It's working very well. And we're very happy that we're able to provide cultural content also, because not only for dancers, but for everyone who works in the artistic field, everyone in front of a camera, but also in the back of the cameras, in the studios, everywhere. This is wonderful to be able to keep the adventure going and to keep it working.
Exactly. And also to talk about keeping the adventure going, you yourself as the president, you are part of a very special lineage where you yourself were chosen. You are the third generation who Philipp Braunschweig chose for this position. And I know this has been a challenging year for us all, but the Prix has lost somebody very dear, and that was a part of the lineage. So maybe, Stefan, you would like to say a few words about Franz Blanckaert?
Yes, unfortunately, we're very saddened by the demise of Franz Blanckaert. Franz was a true gentleman. He was a Renaissance man. And when chosen by Philippe to be his second in command, Franz was able to accompany Philippe and advise him as a very fine diplomat that he was. Philippe was the leader, Philipp Braunschweig, the leader, the charismatic entrepreneur behind the Prix. And Franz was his advisor and his negotiator. He was also, he was by trade a diplomat. I will always remember one anecdote about Franz. Franz, of course, negotiated for Switzerland before being involved in the arts. And he would always say that he spoke many languages as a fine Renaissance man that he was, but he always preferred to negotiate in English. And he said, because this is my less strong language, I can always pretend that I didn't understand the question. So it gave me more time to reflect upon the question.
More time to think.
He was a very fine man, and he's dearly missed. He brought a lot to the Prix. He was at the beginning of the digital era of the Prix. And he was instrumental to the growth and to the accomplishment of the missions that we have.
Exactly, and we have exactly a digital homage here for Franz Blanckaert, for our viewers.
J'appelle maintenant Monsieur Franz Blanckaert, futur président du Prix de Lausanne. Monsieur Blanckaert. Et naturellement, Elvire et Philipp Braunschweig, les âmes de ce concours.
l'honneur et le plaisir de remettre à notre présidente et à son épouse une statue du sculpteur Jean-Jacques de Pury, présent d'ailleurs dans la salle, la danseuse rêvante. Cela avec la dédicace suivante à Philippe Braunschweig, président fondateur du Prix de Lausanne, et son épouse, née Elvire Crémis, avec reconnaissance, estime et admiration, le conseil de fondation.
Well, very touching, and it's great to see that the legacy is in such good hands for the future. And what we're also seeing, which is incredible at the Prix de Lausanne, it's in permanent evolution. And this year, we're seeing the launch. We saw yesterday the 5 finalists for the Young Creator Award. And for the past couple of years, you launched a choreographic project for the partner schools. Maybe you could say a few words about what this meant to you.
Certainly. So that choreographic project that we launched was a lab. It was a tryout and a very successful one indeed. We wanted to give back to the partner schools who are so present for the Prix and always welcoming to our candidates and our laureates. And we wanted them to create a piece with a choreographer that we chose. This was also an attempt to make something new, to innovate, and thankfully for 3 years it's been very successful. It was a very large operation, but a wonderful one when you see the results. It's really a magic recipe, and that's what the Prix is all about, is you take dancers, young, that don't know each other, from many different schools, many backgrounds. You take a very successful and renowned choreographer, you put everyone together in a room for a week, and the result you get is absolutely astonishing. And that was really marvelous. I'm very happy that the audience is going to be able to see one more time what last year's result was.
Exactly. And we have here a short clip from the work of Mauro Begonzetti.
Me llamo Amisadaina Rodríguez Peña, tengo 17 años. Soy cubana y estudio en la escuela Acosta Danza.
The moment I found out I was selected to come to the Prix, I had a slight sense of suspicion, as if, like, me? Like, are you sure?
Este es mi primer viaje, nunca había tenido la posibilidad de viajar, de montarme en avión.
Meeting new people, all with different backgrounds and different stories, really pushes me out of my comfort zone, and I really like learning from them.
The choreographic project was started with the idea of creating a junior company atmosphere, a real professional atmosphere for 15, 16, 17, 18-year-olds.
For me, it's very important to know who is the dancers, in front of me. At the first day, the approach was just to know the dancers, the character, the spirit, the school, the culture of the dancer. The approach was about each dancer.
Mauro always keeps saying that we should do big movements and extreme, but always keeping this super fragile feeling, which is really interesting to keep searching.
They have to learn a choreography in several minutes and have it perfected within the day. They have 5 days to learn it, which is really a lot of pressure for them. They're used to just taking classes in school, and so this is a real opportunity for them to work like professionals.
I prepare just the macro idea about the works, but not the details. The details I did here with the dancer, because for me it's very important to know the character of the dancers, and we start the very important process just here.
I was going to be a part of something new and something big, and right away it felt special.
I feel like I'm a human being, fragile and naked in a way. All the layers are gone, and I'm standing there on my own, open to everyone.
I've been learning how to manipulate choreographic ideas and learn really fast.
They are so open, they are so curious. And after 2 days, we was like this. And I'm very happy about that.
Beautiful work from Majo Begonzetti, and I think you can really feel the essence of the Prix about students discovering, learning, growing. Oh, it's very inspiring to see.
Yes, and it's a good introduction to the Young Creators Award that we have this year, and we're very excited about it.
Yes, no, I think it's very exciting, and it's a huge risk, you know, to offer a 14 to a 19-year-old young student to choreograph a piece and then to already offer the chance. But I think that's what the Prix is about, like you said, to launch and to take risks. So.
Yes, and it's also thanks to all the sponsors and the donors who we have and who entrust us with their mission also to carry forward what we have always done at the Prix, thanks to the government institutions, the foundations who support us. We have been able this year to continue and also to launch that Young Creators Award. We're very fortunate also to have Heinz Spörli Foundation who helped us in developing this project, and we look forward to seeing what the jury will have decided.
Yes, no, exactly. We're all very curious. Well, thank you once again for your time and for launching this new initiative. And we will pass the word now back to Cinthia so we can discover the next candidate. Thank you very much, Stefan.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason. And let's welcome our next candidate, 231, Ashley Koppel from Canada, Orlando Ballet School.
And we are watching here Ashley Coupal, 18 years old, from Canada, a student at the Orlando Ballet School, and she's a killer arabesque. Very nice extensions. She has a very nice natural coordination. Very nice clean work here at the bar.
And she's enjoying her class.
Yeah.
It's nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard enough work as it is, and it's nice to see when they enjoy and they can communicate with the viewers. And we've seen once again, the tradition for 2021 continues. Another beautiful natural turner.
Yes.
Everybody's just sailing around in beautiful pirouettes.
Beautiful, beautiful pirouette, and she's very energetic. She's decided. She has this thing that she goes. She's not afraid to go.
Yeah, nice jump as well. And we were just watching Ashley Coupal from Canada, and we were saying, you know, just another one with just nice, easy turns, a very nice presence. I felt her very engaged.
Yes, very engaged, very powerful, and yes, she does, and she's not afraid. She's enjoying. She's doing things with a lot of confidence.
Yes, and we can see here again, we're having a little replay of her point work, and here she goes. Just sails around. That must be such a nice feeling. I never experienced that.
On point. Feeling of staying on the balance for a long time is a really nice
suspension.
feeling.
No, very nice presence.
Nice.
Yes. And our next candidate is also a student from the Ballettschule Theater Basel here in Switzerland. He is 18 years old, from Mexico, and his name is Martí Gutiérrez Rubi.
And we are watching Marti Gutierrez Rubi from Mexico, from the Balletschule Theater Basel. And we can see here a nice young dancer, tall, long, with a very nice lines and quickness in the feet and the legs.
Yes, no, he has a nice dynamic, and he's 1.83 meters tall.
Very tall.
No, nice tall man, nice dynamic work at the bar. And just as a reminder for the viewers, the jury is watching all of this, and the candidates will receive 1/3 of their mark for their classwork, 1/3 from their classical variation, which we will discover tomorrow, and then also 1/3 from contemporary. And then the finalists will be announced tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, Switzerland time. Und auch für unser deutschsprachiges Publikum. Wir sind hier am 4. Tag, dem Prix de Lausanne. Und wir sehen hier einen jungen Mann von der Ballettschule Basel. Er kommt aus Mexiko. Und wir sehen hier, er hat eine ganz schöne Dynamik, Energie, Kraft, Power. Und er ist 1,83 Meter. Das ist auch schön. Wir brauchen, das ist immer gewünscht, einen starken Partner und für Pas de Deux. it's a very nice combination here. He's got a chance to really show elements of suspension, control, how he takes the space.
Traveling a lot, changing arms, changing focus.
Yeah.
And with the last period in the combination, we saw the arms, a bit character arms.
Yeah, and I feel as the class is going on, I feel him becoming more free.
And more
a little bit more
confident.
open. But it's nice to see a tall man who's coordinated and also can move quickly. And as we're seeing really nice work in his Petit Allegro, I like how on his brisé volé he's really anticipating with his focus and how he's using his upper body, his back.
Yes, and also the change of direction, the quickness on the feet, on the legs. And I find the Petit Allegro, I like the rhythm because it's kind of fast, but it let him the time to really show the steps clearly.
Yep. No, and I know also, for example, whenever dancers audition for the company in Dresden, Aaron says the most important exercise for him to watch is Petit Allegro, because you can see their coordination, their timing, their musicality, because Petit Allegro really begins in your upper body and how you carry your back.
And we just saw Marty Gutierrez Rubi from Mexico. And we could discover a really nice, long, tall dancer with a lot of qualities. Very, very clean, nice work on the feet, on the legs. Very, very beautiful Petit Allegro.
Yes, no, and I think he presented himself very well. And I think they've also, in his video presentation here, you really are able to appreciate all of his elements. And I like what we just saw, where he was a little bit also using the off balance in class, which gives you more of a feeling of suspension and finishing in the open positions as we're seeing here.
With this combination that he gives to him the chance to travel, to use the space, to use the studio, and to show his turns.
Yes. No, and like we say, it's nice to see a tall man who can move quickly.
And next up, the last candidate for this morning, King Hei Wang from Hong Kong, John Cranko School.
watching here King Hei Wang, 18 years old, from Hong Kong, a student at the John Cranko School in Stuttgart. And as we just saw in his grand battement, he's flexible and has a very nice dynamic.
Yes, and also a very clean work, very nice feet, and he used it very good, and he came to the 5th position very clean, in a very clean way.
Now, it's nice, as we can see here in his Petit Allegro, he's really controlling the use of his feet on the landings, going through the whole toes and foot, and a nice soft plie on the landing.
Yes, and I think, you know, when you use this demi point to put the heel on the floor, it's very good because we don't hear the dancers landing on the floor. And we just saw our last candidate for this morning, Kin Hei-wan from Hong Kong, from the John Cranko Schule.
Yes.
And we could discover a very nice dancer with a very light, high jump, a very nice landing on the jump, again a very strong technique with the beautiful turns.
Yes, no, we can see a young man here who can turn and who can jump. And I think it was also very special. I think last year was such a hard year for everybody, but a very good news from 2020 was this brand new building for the Cranko School in Stuttgart. And it's nice to have a little sneak peek into the studio. So nice work from King Hei Wang. And now we will pass it back to Kathy.
It is time for our daily partner video, and now you will be seeing the K-Ballet Company in Japan. The director, Tetsuya Kumakawa, was a Prix de Lausanne prize winner in 1989, and he has had an exceptional career. Join us again at 2 p.m. Swiss time for our live streaming to continue. See you later. À tout à l'heure. Welcome back to the 49th Prix de Lausanne video edition. I am with our 9-member jury in the Lausanne Palace Hotel. And this is the last afternoon seeing the last 9 candidates in their ballet classes. Tomorrow will be our selections, and Saturday will be the finals. So now, here is the world map presenting the next 9 candidates.
My name is Joshua Nunemaker, and this will be my 2nd year of joining the Prix de Lausanne.
Hi, I'm Shunhef Jiyama. I'm 70 years old. I'm so happy and excited to go to Prix de Lausanne.
It'll be such an exciting experience, and I just can't wait to see where this brings me.
And let's start with our first candidate of this afternoon, 235, Joshua Nunemaker from United States, St. Lucie Ballet. Pour notre public francophone, nous sommes au candidat 235, Joshua Nunemaker. Et aujourd'hui, c'est le dernier jour où on verra les classes classiques. Demain, on commencera la journée avec les variations classiques et les variations contemporaines dans l'après-midi.
And we're watching here Joshua Nunemaker from the United States. And it's nice to see him again. As he said, he's done the Prix before. And it's nice to see how he's grown and developed in maturity and strength. He has very nice legs and feet and lines, long arms. Nice to see how he's grown over the time.
Yes, and he has a great musicality. He's very precise in his musicality with the little steps.
Yes, nice power, nice presence. We've been watching the video of Joshua Nunemaker. And nice energy. I find he's got a nice dynamic to his dancing, and you feel he has power and presence.
A lot of power, and he shows a great combination of different tour en l'air, and the hors, and the dan, landing on the knee, I think. Was a great combination.
Yeah, also nice double cabrios. And he gets nice elevation in his jumps.
And then now we are watching his adagio.
He has nice lines.
Nice lines and nice stability.
Yeah. It's always nice to see how candidates have grown since you've last seen them. Nice. And next up, we have a student from the Herod Conservatory in Florida in the United States. He is from Japan. His number is 236, and this is Shunhei Fujiyama. And we see here with Shunhei Fujiyama, also a young man with nice lines and very flexible. We're seeing more and more men very aware of their lines and using their flexibility.
Yes, and I find more and more the boys have a clean work at the bar with the nice positions on the feet, with the lines, really taking care of the lines.
Yeah. No, and we see here he's very well presented, well using he's using his turnout very well. And he's chosen to dance a solo for Diego from Richard Werlock, and he will be presenting the Grand Pas Classique from Aubert.
And we are watching Fujiyama Sanhei from Japan, a young body with a very young dancer with a very nice lines, very nice body, and a very strong stability. He looks calm, confident. He did a nice combination of pirouette, and he shows the right and the left side.
Yes, no, he's got a nice, as we're seeing here also now, a nice light ballon, nice work in the batterie. Nice dynamics here.
Yeah. And we just saw the candidate number 236, Sunhei Fujiyama from Japan, who was flying in the last combination.
Yeah.
I was impressed how high he can jump.
No, very nice elevation, a nice soft, really juicy pliés on the landing, and I thought it was great to see at the bar. He gave the impression of being very focused and hardworking, and by the end, I really felt his joy of dance.
Yes,
He's
and
sort of,
freedom, no?
Yeah.
Dancing.
No, very elegant.
Very elegant.
No, nice work in his, and he's figured out how to use his flexibility to help him get into the air.
And the impulse to jump is very dynamic.
Yeah, as we see here in the small jumps, very nice.
And our next candidate, 237, Xuao Zhang from China, Shanghai Dance School. watching here Dang Suao Dang from China, 18 years old. And we just saw in the adagio before how he used his toes to take the position in passé and to do his développé. And it's very nice how it's important to use the toes, because it's the beginning when we are able to use the toes to brush the floor for the passé or for the dégagé. Then we prepare the feet for the landing on the jumps, for the taking of the pirouette.
No, exactly. And also, as you can see, because he's got a very flexible articulation in his toe joints, he's able to get right up onto a very high demi-point, which is not just an aesthetic question, but when you can be right up there, then it gives you much more stability.
And
for turns like you just did.
In a very high, very nice high demi-point.
as we just saw here in the Petit d'Allegro, he actually did it forwards and he reversed it directly. Very good exercise for your coordination, well done. And as we can see here, as the class progresses, he has a huge jump. Nice, easy balance, soft, controlled landings. And we've just been watching Zhu Hao Zhang from the Shanghai Dance School. Very nice to see a young man who's got such a good control of his energy, use of his back. And as we will see here, we're going to have a little replay. He has a beautiful ballon, and how he anticipates and he leads his jumping from his back, from his arms. Very good coordination, and we saw there on the Assemblée en avant, he really had his weight over and his focus forwards. And he really demonstrated a very big vocabulary in the class here. We're going to see coming up jeté à la seconde as well. Very nice work. And now we'll pass it over to Cinthia for the next interview with a jury member.
Thank you, Jason. And we have the honor to be here with our jury member, Armando Braswell. How are you? How is the competition going so far?
It's going really well. I think the level is very high. Sorry. I think the level is very high, which in some ways make it quite difficult.
For you?
Yes, absolutely. I think we all feel an immense responsibility to pick the right and find the right.
You find the level is particularly high this year?
I find it particularly high. I think the dancers, I don't know if it's that we get to see them one by one really on the screen. I think it's usually a bit different where you see them in class and things like that. But I was teaching last year, and I think this year I would say the level is quite high.
Okay. Armando, you are the director today of the Braswell Art Center. You are a contemporary teacher as well, and you are a dancer who has been dancing around the world. I will propose to see some short clip video from you dancing on stage.
There is no actor, but the acts. There is no experiencer, but the experience. An artist's expression is his soul made apparent, his schooling as well as his school being exhibited. Behind every motion, the music of his soul is made visible. Otherwise, his motion is empty.
Wow, great, amazing work. Killian.
Yes. Yeah, the first one was 2752 by Killian, and the second one was This Is Everything by Brian Arias.
Okay. Yeah. And can you tell us a bit more about your career as a contemporary dancer?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a New York City kid. So I was trained in New York City at the LaGuardia High School of Performing Arts. From the movie Fame. Have you seen that movie, Fame?
Yes, of course.
That's cool. I'm so proud. And then after that, I freelanced a bit as a performer in New York, and I got my bachelor's degree from Juilliard, from the Juilliard School. I kind of immediately went to Europe with my career. Europe had the kind of companies and the flavors that I was really interested in. So I went to Europe. I first went to Munich.
Okay.
I was in Ballet Theatre Munich with Philip Taylor.
Big change.
Yes, and it was a big change. And my wife came with me, of course.
Oh.
So it wasn't so bad. And then I went to Stuttgart with Gautier Dance. I was a founding member of Gautier Dance. We started with 6 people. And that was pretty intense because I saw 80 cities in 5 years.
Oh.
Yes, and the birth of my 2 children.
Okay.
So that was a challenging time. I saw the world, but it was challenging. And it was great also to be a part of something new, to start something new. And after that, I came to Basel with Richard, this young man behind me. Can you see him? Can you see Richard? Yes, I came to Basel with Richard. He gave me the opportunity to join the company. It was something I actually tried twice for Richard in 5 years to audition. And that was the last company I was with. I was there for 7 years. I worked with so many choreographers. Also had the chance to work with Richard a lot, teaching around, doing a lot of little projects. Yeah.
Nice, great. And as we said before, it's not your first time at the Prix de Lausanne. So I propose to see some images from you teaching the young dancers.
Yep, come on. I want to do more, Armando. Can you give me 2 more counts? Can you give, yes, 406. Now I want your back. Yeah? Can we do 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, jump, 6. No, that was still late. That was still late. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, kick, 2. Yes.
Wow, great work, very intense work. And we can see you are really enjoying working with them. How was this experience? Because it was very different, no, I guess?
Yes, you know, I said this year was better than last year. And now, after seeing the video, we didn't judge the contemporary things yet. So it's actually hard to say. But after seeing the video, I was like, oh, wow, they look quite nice. It was a great experience. You know, I really love what I do. I love to teach. I love passion. I love energy. I love dance. So it was the pre-fit. It seemed like a match made in heaven. You know, I love dancers. I love to teach. I love a high quality. I like to push dancers to be, you know, better than they think they could be. So it was a great experience. What can I say? I met so many different people also.
Yeah, because some of them, they have a lot of experience in contemporary dance, and some of them, they never did contemporary before.
Yes.
So how you find the balance?
Yeah, I think the first thing I try to do is get rid of the fear, right? Because contemporary dance, it's a big word, you know, and I think you train your whole life, you do tendus, and tendu is tendu. And if it's not a tendu, then what is it, right? And I think the unknown is scary for a lot of dancers. I actually had a few dancers last year that were a bit nervous about contemporary. And, you know, my goal is just to push them a little bit. I say, if I can see you going for it, then you're doing all right. But don't not go for it. You know, there were some dancers last year, particularly, that we had a little bit of a fight, but then they come my way. You know, I just want to see you try. I don't need you to be a Gaga master on day one, but I want to see you fall on the floor. I want to see you try. I want to see you move your body and show me why you like to dance, not just only doing perfect things, which can be difficult.
Of course,
especially for young dancers.
And more in a competition.
Yes, absolutely.
They are, because they are stressed and they're
nervous.
The jury's
they want to do the best thing, exactly. So I also take that into account. But with that said, you know, you got to move it. It is a competition. And so it's also time for you to push. And yeah, it's something I think I don't feel so bad about.
And you said before your last company was the Basel Ballet with Richard Werlock, and we want to see you on stage again. Nice, great. It's nice to see you on stage. And today you are the director of the Braswell Arts Center. Can you tell us a bit more about this idea, this idea behind this project?
Yeah, the Braswell Arts Center is a place for dance in the community. What we do is we have give dance classes to people who are not dancers. So what I'm doing is I take dance and I say, actually, it's available for everyone. We also have musicians, pianists who accompany every class. Right. So I really try to give a good experience to the people. Also, I invite a lot of my friends to teach as well. Workshops, my Juilliard friends, all over the world. So yeah, we're trying to create this kind of dance community in Basel.
Art center.
Exactly, art center. Trying to make it a complete thing. And shake up Basel a little bit, keep Basel moving a little bit and try to get people into dance. Yeah.
Fantastic project.
Oh, thank you.
And do you have a message for these young dancers out there?
You know I do, young dancers. You know I have a message for you. Dance with your heart. Dance with your heart. Give it all. The jury is watching. And there are no shortcuts for that. Yeah. So if you just dance with your heart and just focus, open your face, move your torso sometimes, and I will be very happy. And I wish you the best of luck, all of you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your day. And now we go to Jason for the next candidate.
Thank you very much, Cinthia and Armando. And next we will be seeing candidate number 238, Mayfield Myers from the United States, and she's an independent. And we are watching Mayfield Myers. What I really liked in her tendus was how she really accentuated, how she really gave a very clear impulse, how she started her tendu, and then how she really placed it back, and you really felt both legs were coming together as she closed into fifth. It was a very clear use of accents. And we've also seen another young candidate here who can turn and has very nice extensions.
Yes, she has a beautiful energy. She's very energetic when you take the pirouette. She turns fast, very fast. Her pirouettes are very fast and very compact.
Yeah, she has a nice power coming from the inside.
Yes.
She really did some beautiful entrechassis there.
Yes.
She has power, attack, really nice.
Yes, and she's doing all the jumps on point shoes.
Yes. No, nice.
Yes, she has a really nice attack. She goes, she's not afraid to go.
Yeah, she has guts.
Yes.
Nice.
And we just saw the 238 Mayfield Myers from United States, a young lady full of energy.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful attack, beautiful turns, very fast. She can turn very fast, and her attacks on the big jumps were really nice because she takes the impulse and she's very fast in the highest position.
Yeah, no, very nice to see her dynamic, and it's interesting to discover, she's doing all of her turns spotting front, very fast chaînés with very compact crossed arms, so you're seeing different schools, but here, like you say, she's got a great dynamic and attack, nice elevation. Another one who did the pirouettes with the arms going up as she turned. Very nice coordination, and she's aware of the music.
And I like the precision when she finished the pirouettes. Very nice. Next up, 239, Marina Mata Gomez from Spain. Conservatorio Profesional de Danza de Valencia.
And we are watching here Marina Mata Gomez from the Conservatoire in Valencia. And I believe we saw a young man yesterday also in this year's Prix from the same school. And you see very clearly the same trademarks. Yes. She's very, very well placed. Very nice use of her muscle tone. Nice coordination. Nice extensions as well.
Yes, and very clean positions again.
Yeah, and she also has something, she looks strong, but there's something calm.
Yeah.
There's a
Confident.
serene feeling. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now I'm curious to see more of her. See her in the center. And I think it's fascinating to notice here how much the proportions, you know, they play a role for the impression you make of how big or how tall you come across. She has a very powerful presence.
Yes, and she has, I think she has a long neck, and she uses it good because her épaulement, it's good place, so she looks really elegant.
Yes. Yes, she's 167 tall, and I remember the boy from the studio is 188 tall, but also nice easy turns and very controlled, well placed.
Yes, and also we feel that she's really holding her body when she turns, when she jumps, so that makes her look taller.
Look taller, yeah. No, and she has a nice finish to her work. It looks like they've really worked on all of the details and how she begins and finishes everything. And we've been watching here Marina Mata Gomez from Spain. And I like she has a very regal presence. She carries herself very well.
Yes, yes. As we said before, she has a natural presence. She has a very long neck, so that gives to her the possibility to really play with the port de bras and with the cepolman. And also she holds her body. Her center is high, so she holds her body. She breathes when she dances.
Yeah. Now, yes, as we can see here in one of her point exercises, there's interesting changes in directions, and she's using her back.
Yes.
She's carrying herself very well.
To change the direction. Very nice.
Yes, nice work. And next up, number 240 from the Beijing Dance Academy is Mengji Cao. She is 18 years and 6 months old from China. And we are watching here Mengji Cao, number 240 from the Beijing Dance Academy. And we're seeing yet another candidate with sky-high extensions, very turned out. She has also something very serene about her. She seems very calm and at ease.
Yes, very easy way to take the steps and to even here in the Grand Battement we can see she doesn't look any effort. She doesn't, she look calm, she look confident.
And I find it's interesting here. She has a very calm, serene quality in her classwork, and yet she's chosen to dance Khichri from Don Q. So it's a completely different contrast. So,
yes.
and
I'm looking forward to seeing her.
Yeah. And then also she's chosen Traces from Kathy Marston. But I think that's what's great, is that we actually get to discover them, and they have the chance to choose with their teachers the variations. Nothing is imposed. So we have a chance to really discover who they are in their full range. And it's interesting to see here how the order of the class is different. She's chosen to present her adagio on point and later into the class, which that is often the case in certain classes. And here again, we can see her very nice, serene quality, very suspended. And it's nice how she also keeps her back and her arms active on the landings. And we've been watching Mengji Cao from China. She's a student at the Beijing Dance Academy, and she showed us some very nice, we're going to have another look here again, some very nice qualities, very suspended, very easy to watch. And as we can see here, beautiful, easy pirouettes, she just sails around. And there's a very nice coordination in the timing between her eyes, her focus, and her arms. No, and it's sort of an interesting mix. Someone who's chosen Khichri as their variation, which requires a great deal of dynamic. And here she's also showing us some very nice turns, and she remains very calm. Nice presence, nice work. And next up, we're going to have an interview, and this time Cinthia will be talking with the jury member, Mirna Kamara. Cinthia.
Thank you, Jason. And we have the pleasure to be here with our jury member, Mirna Kamara. How is the competition going so far?
Well, it's just wonderful. I have to say, it's very exciting. Each day, there's more to see and more excitement going on. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen tomorrow.
There's a lot of candidates. There's a lot of videos to watch, no?
Yes.
It is complicated, it is difficult to keep the concentration?
A little bit, but not so much.
Not so much.
It's getting better.
Okay, Mirna, you danced at the Beechey Ballet, at the New York City Ballet, and you have danced guesting around the world.
Yes.
And we have a short clip of you dancing at the Scala de Milan. Let's have a look. Beautiful, wow, big production.
Yes, yes.
Can you tell us a bit more about this video?
Well, that production was Franco Zeffirelli's. It was him, his inauguration, returning back to La Scala after 14 years of being away. The choreography is by Vladimir Vasiliev.
Wow.
So it was really like a Hollywood production. I mean, it was the all-star cast. What I really liked about it is, well, it had been discussed already in the Arena di Verona, where they did the same Aida. It was a little bit adapted for La Scala, so we had been invited to perform at La Scala as well. So along with Luciana Sovignano, Roberto Bolli, as you can see, I was in the video with. So that was just a wonderful experience and beautiful opera singers.
And how was dancing with Roberto Bolli?
Oh, okay, well, great question. I mean, he's a wonderful dancer. He's a wonderful partner, very sensitive, and I mean,
and
physical
great
and
connection.
emotional. It's emotional for me to speak about because I felt very connected with him.
Okay, great.
Wonderful.
And we just said you were dancing at the New York City Ballet.
Yes.
For many years. And we have also some images from you dancing Balanchine. Beautiful. And I can imagine that you danced many Balanchines ballets.
Actually, yes, several. And it was something that I really enjoyed doing. Performing Balanchine for me was everything. When I was in the New York City Ballet, first I trained at the School of American Ballet. Then I received a notice that I would be joining the New York City Ballet as an apprentice. And I started doing ballets by Balanchine, and I also had the chance to perform Jerome Robbins. He was the resident choreographer at that time.
And it is one Balanchine ballet that you prefer, that you...
Everyone likes to ask this question. It is so hard. I could say all of them, at least all of the ones I danced. But, you know, I have to think. I have a special relation with one particular ballet.
Ah. Which one?
And actually, that is called Piano Concerto No. 2. It has every component inside. I was thrown into that ballet at a very young age, and I still talk about it as of today. It's a very difficult, it's challenging, and I just loved it for that reason. It's quick.
And I'm sure for the young dancers, it could be interesting to talk a bit about the particularities in Balanchine's work. For example, Balanchine have a particularity that is the dynamic.
Yes, musicality is number one. I mean, you see it. Musicality. What else? I mean,
when you see a balancing ballet, you have the feeling that
linear
the music,
movements. You see dynamics and
also
technique. Musicality. I'd like to also say that musicality, for me and for many artists, dancers, musicality helps the technique, and the technique does not so much help
I agree,
musicality.
absolutely.
So,
And also he works with the long lines, with the out of balance, the hips out. And you know this very well. How was to work in that way for your career?
Well, for me, it was very natural. Once I came from the school, I found myself, and I said, this works on my body. I feel comfortable, but not in the comfort zone, but comfortable to do those ballets. And they were challenging. You still had to be very controlled. You had to have energy. You had to have dynamic. You had to have passion. You had to know how to present yourself on stage.
And charisma.
Move, taking space. That's very important.
And as we talk about neoclassical dance, we have, again, a little different style, but in the same way, another clip to see from you. Wow, and what was this beautiful ballet we just saw?
Yes, this was called Dream for Love, and it was choreographed actually from my partner that I was dancing with. It was a very nice performance. It was for the Dream On, which was a performance about future against drugs.
Oh, wow, a very nice project.
So it was really nice, I remember.
And Mina, you are a great dancer. You're still dancing.
Thank you.
And you also created your own company, Extreme Ballet.
Ballet Extreme?
Ballet Extreme, sorry.
That's the other way around, no problem. With an X.
And where started this idea from?
Well, I was sitting in the studio one day. It was very simple. I wanted to see more neoclassical and contemporary ballet together. So I thought this would be a great opportunity. I live in Zurich, and it resides in Zurich, based in Zurich, but the dancers are from all over. So
how many dancers you have?
6 to 7.
6 to 7.
And it's like a pickup company, actually, and I hope to get more stability with that company, because the idea is to have good level dancers, artists, and to integrate the younger dancers with the older dancers, more seasoned dancers like myself. And the other idea was that I would have a place also to perform still, because when you get to a certain age, you're fizzled out because it's a number. But to me, it's not just,
of course,
it's not about that.
And do you invite guest choreographers?
Absolutely. Yes, I'm not doing choreography. I invite guest choreographers. And as well, I like to concentrate on renowned choreographers as well. Last year, we did a piece from The River.
Okay.
Alvin Ailey's fabulous River. So that was wonderful. And I hope to have more. And we'll see what happens after
Yeah, of course.
After this special
situation.
Exactly, that we're going through.
And do you have an advice to give to these young dancers in this special year?
Absolutely. Number one, stay focused. That's number one. Be true to who you are. Yes?
Very important.
Very important. Also, be open to listen to others. Take advice from others, you know, and keep training and follow your dream, and don't get deterred from others, you know, don't let others deter you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I let you go to your place and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you very
and
much.
We go back to Jason for the last candidate.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mirna and Cinthia. And next up will be the candidate number 241, Rui Cesar Cruz from Brazil. He is 18 years and 6 months old and a student of the Grupo Cultural de Danza ILA. And this is candidate 241, Rui Cesar Cruz from Brazil. And it's nice, you feel a strong young man. You feel he's got power, strong upper body, strong arms, good definition.
Yes, and we saw yesterday, I think, a girl from the same school, from the Grupo Cultural de Danza ILA.
Yes.
And she was also powerful and very strong.
Yeah. Yes, you can feel this is a young man who has power. He has a very quick chaîné turns with a very good use of his head and spot.
Yes, and a lot of energy. When he takes his period, he takes a right impulse, and then he managed to turn very fast.
Yeah.
And to spot, to turn the head very fast, and it makes the turns very clear. And we just saw the 241 Rui César Cruz from Brazil, Grupo Cultural de Danza Ilha, a young man with a lot of power, a lot of energy. And we said before he was taking her periods and even his jumps with a lot of power and attack, a nice attack.
Yeah. And as we see here also, he's got a lot of power and flexibility. And I'm very curious to see him and do his interpretation of Rain, the solo from Kin Sun Chan. Because that's a solo which is a completely different quality. It's a very almost melted liquid quality. And here you see somebody who's very explosive. So it would be really nice.
I'm curious.
Yeah, and he will also be dancing the solo from Diana and Action.
Ah, yes.
So I think that will be right up his alley, and great if he shows us the other qualities in Rain.
And next up, the 242, Penjian Sun from China, from the Beijing Dance Academy.
And I think it's interesting to discover, even in the basic elements here, when we begin bar with pliés, how different schools time the coordination between the arms and the plié.
Yes.
Some schools, specifically when you reach the bottom of your grand plié, the arms are suspended à la seconde, and then the arm, you come back up from your back. And as he was doing, he actually initiated the return from his upper body. So it's interesting even in the basic elements
yes,
to see
in the
different...
really basic, the different schools.
Yes, and I think also it's interesting also in the cambré en avant, Some schools really teach that you take a breath and you go down and then you lengthen your spine as you come up, almost through a straight back. And other schools teach that you really go down and you roll up through the spine.
How do you teach it?
I teach to roll up through the spine. I find that it's very works well with contemporary. And I find that you really are aware of using each vertebrae and all of the mobility.
Feel the back in the beginning in the body.
Exactly. As we just saw in his adagio, there really was a big vocabulary of movements. He was doing quite a few jumps and grand pirouettes.
Yes, and as we said before, this is the different schools, the different way to teach. And it was difficult. It's difficult to manage the big jumps during the adagio because the rhythm is really slow. So when you land, you have to hold that position.
Yeah, you have to very suspend and control. Now, as we can see here in his pirouettes, he's also somebody who has a natural axe, and he's chosen to turn his passe as a much lower passe than other schools which do a higher one, but they're all valid.
They all turn into.
we've just been watching candidate 242, Pengjing Sun from the Beijing Dance Academy. And he's a very elegant, tall young man. He's 1 meter 84.
Very tall.
Yeah, and he showed us the full range.
Yes, and we could see that the last manège was very fluid, and in the end, he finished with a saut de basque, double saut de basque on the knee, like in a variation.
Yeah. And here we can see in his petit allegro, also for a tall man, he has a very nice coordination and a nice attack in the small jumps.
Yes, he has a nice quality in the feet when he does the petite batterie.
Yes.
The feet very fast.
Yes, and he used his back very well.
Yes.
Nice work. And then next up is our final candidate. This is number 243, Samira Bethke. She is 18 years and 10 months old. She is from Sweden, and she is a student at the Oslo National Academy of the Arts. And we are just having a look here at Samira Bethke from the Oslo National Academy of the Arts. Just getting going here on her bar, nicely placed.
Yes.
And it's interesting for candidates in the Group B, they are eligible for to join a partner school or a partner company.
Yes, and some of them, I think they are ready to go to companies or junior companies.
Yes, no, we're seeing people who are very mature.
Very mature.
Physically, technically, and we haven't even seen them do the variations yet.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so that's coming tomorrow. Yes, and also for all of our viewers, don't forget, you can vote as well. It will be on the Prix de Lausanne website on Saturday, and you will be able to vote for your audience favorites. So I hope you've been taking notes and noting down.
Remember the numbers?
Yep. I think it's been very interesting over these 4 days as we're now discovering the final candidate this year, just to see the huge variety in methods and teaching and training, and to see how different all the candidates are. There's a very wide range of personalities and lots of talent.
Yes, I think it will be hard for the jury this year.
Oh, I'm glad we're not on the jury.
Me too.
Yes, but here also we're seeing Samira. She seems very well trained, well presented. Everything is very controlled.
And very nice place. And we just saw the 243, our last candidate for today, Samira Bethke, from the Oslo National Academy of the Arts. And yes, a dynamic, nice young dancer, and with a very clean work. And it's a very nice class because it's nice to see her in a big studio when she can take the space and really travel from one point to the other one.
Yes, no, very nice work, and I particularly liked the little Petit hold, very nice changes of directions, and she also did a pirouette finishing with the arms opening, so very nice work. So I'm sure the viewers at home are feeling as we are.
Yes.
It's been great to discover all of the 78 candidates,
And I'm sure everyone feels excited for tomorrow.
Exactly. And I think here just to thank all of the candidates, their teachers, their families, especially in such a difficult year. Bravo for your work, and it's been a pleasure to discover.
Yes,
and we look forward to seeing the variations tomorrow.
Yes,
so back to Kathy.
So next up is a video of two of our esteemed partner schools, the Dutch National Ballet School and the Royal Swedish Ballet. Come back and see us tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. live for our selections. See you tomorrow. À demain.